So before we go forward, right, I just need to understand a couple of things from your end, so that we'll set up a right, a track for this session, and we'll remain somewhere guided towards the same. So please go ahead and help me with a quick uh, introduction, or you can say like a quick insight of your work profile and what you are expecting out of this session.
So basically, I'm working as a DevOps engineer, come site reliability engineer, and like basically, I did work with Splunk, but like creating an alert and setting an alert. But I need some understanding like how to extract the particular fields in Splunk, and as well as how to create some of the dashboards and graphs in Splunk. Like I do have an interview, and that is more focused on Splunk. So I need to get some kind of understanding, like how to extract the fields and those kind of things I need exactly.
Okay. So, like, what I, concluded from your input, it's looked at you already aware with couple of stuff, right? And what you are targeting is something called like interview that you want to crack,
Yes.
and
Mhm.
apart from that,
That's
you wanted to have some sort of like insight on field extraction and dashboarding stuff. That is
Okay.
completely onto like Splunk development.
Sorry to interrupt you, Sumit. Okay, so let me give the context. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
Sumit has DevOps knowledge already. He's aware of that lot of things. Okay, what he's expecting from you, Sumit, is Rajesh. He need to understand that complete Splunk overview. Okay, he don't want to go in depth also, but if somebody asks, he should be aware of the terms, how it should work, all those things. Okay, so what I'm trying to say is start with a Splunk overview, go with the architecture, what are the types of flavor we have. Once you set up any cloud environment, you take a trial, then you go with some kind of some few applications. Like if you need servers, I'll give you the servers, you deploy one EGR applications over there. You install some agent, fetch the data, and then how you are doing the indexing, how you are creating a dashboard, how you can alerting, what are the things should be knowing as a Splunk developer, right? That things he should know. So once interviewer and he asks any questions, he should be aware of that. He should be able to answer all that question. That's all he wanted to understand, right, Raz?
Yeah, mainly 3 points I need. One is how to troubleshoot an issue using Splunk, and the second one is like how to write a common Splunk queries and how to extract the particular fields from the logs. And the third point is like how to I need a process how to create a graphs and dashboards from the logs.
Okay,
So
sure.
these three
So
points.
Raj, you understood. Sumit, you understood, right? So
Yeah,
you
absolutely.
okay?
Okay.
You need to go ahead. Okay,
Yeah. So
you
I
can
certainly
say.
understand. Yeah, certainly understand, Ravi, what Raj is looking forward to, and like 3 or 4 hours wouldn't be like sufficient. What he is expecting, to build up, but definitely we can utilize this time to get some sort of understanding what he put right in front of us, so that he won't sound a very new to that technology while sitting in front of someone as part of interview or as part of his day-to-day work. So I'll make sure that he'll have a real good takeaway from this session. So let's start with uh, Splunk very fundamental understanding that what it does. I'm some of the information will be little overwhelming for you, Raj, and some of information you might be already aware. Okay.
Okay.
When you feel that it's looked to be something which is redundant, you can simply help us with the input, right? We'll
Yeah.
move ahead with the same. And okay, so I don't have any PPT, right? Since you came up with a very ad hoc requirement. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay, you
So
can do some Googles and you can open as a view mode, something like that.
yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I'll take some, or we can use the whiteboard of.
Yeah. So you have that ability to share your screen. You can share your screen and go ahead.
Let me know once you're able to see the whiteboard.
Mhm. Yeah, I'm able to see.
Okay. So the very first thing you need to understand, when we talk about Splunk, it comes up with very different way of setting up in the, and to deal with on the basis of like how much data we are ingesting on day to day basis. The infrastructure design or infrastructure architecting depends upon that. So the very first we choose when we have somewhat like 10 TB or 10 GB or less than that of data available, that
Mhm.
is called standalone deployment. Okay.
Okay.
So the very first would be uh, okay, standalone deployment. So what does it mean when I say like standalone deployment? Uh, it basically says that when we have one single unit, right, performing as Splunk search engine, that is search it, performing as indexers, the processing unit of Splunk, and taking in data or controlling the users and rest of the work all together
Okay.
in single instance that we refer as a standalone deployment. What's the
Okay.
purpose of having standalone deployment? The purpose is completely onto the POC end, or we are trying to evaluate something on Splunk end. Okay, we are trying to do some sort of like POC. Then in that situation, we go with the Splunk standalone deployment. Okay, now here I'll take a pause and I'll ask one more thing. Are you aware about the components? What are the
Mm,
major
like,
components of Splunk?
uh,
Because that
like
is another.
I'm
Mhm.
aware of like lightweight forwarder and heavyweight forwarder, indexer and search head, and those things I'm aware. Like those are the
You can
components.
explain for 20 minutes for architecture, so it will be a
Yeah,
good context for this.
absolutely, absolutely, and it's one of the key, I'll say, area uh, from interview point of view, right? They prefer to ask that if someone is being like fundamentally aware or they are into the system and working on Splunk. So that can be easily judged using these initial basic questions. So let's understand um, on the architecture front, right? That what are the important component of Splunk and how they combine together to form a right observability or a right log aggregation platform for a end user or for any observability engineer. Okay, so we have three major components. Okay, one is Splunk forwarders. These are basically the agents what you may have heard from different monitoring solution tools that there is a separate agent provided which help you to pull in data from different sources. Okay, so Splunk forwarder is one. So it's basically agent which sits on to the source, right? Source system, and fetch the right information or required information to Splunk. Next one is indexes. Okay. So these are the processing engines of Splunk. What it does, when a forwarder sent out data to indexers, it indexes them, okay, and then stored them in the form of buckets. So bucket is a term specialized or particularly used with Splunk deployment or Splunk repository system. Okay, so these are nothing other than the folder structure or the folders or directories in Linux.
Okay.
So indexers helps you to index data and store them into the buckets or directories in normal form, you can say.
So if you
Okay.
consider like indexer, right?
Mm-hmm.
Indexes. So this is also you consider as a component, right? So this component where it should be installed, either on app server, yeah, it will be running on that where that Splunk got installed, right? Splunk software got installed, there it will be running. The part of a Splunk component, yes, part of ad hoc component.
We'll definitely gonna like come on to that point, Ravi. Just
Okay,
allow us like some time, and then we'll get to deal with that too. So
okay, sure.
here we are trying to understand that what the function and what the purpose of having that particular component. Okay. So indexer is the one that were like processing units. It
Okay, sure.
processes and stores the data. And since it stores the data in the form of buckets, like onto the buckets or directories, so which simply indicates that it's not dealing with it with any specialized, database system. It's basically helping you to store the data in the form of flat files, right? There is definitely a backend system of storing the information, and what DBMS system it follows, it's like MongoDB in the background, the way it structure the data. But if someone will ask you that what exactly the system, the file system it stored, you can say flat file system. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
The next component will, if we'll move forward, is search head. What did search heads do? They help you to
It will give user to search their queries using the Splunk UI.
absolutely. So they help you to identify our query to get insight out of the index data. Okay. So whatever you have indexed and stored on indexers, search will provide you a UI, a interface where you can write Splunk search query language, SPL. SPL is another well formalized, established, and structured query technique in Splunk, which enables you to have a centralized query technique for different kind of data, right?
Okay.
So search enable you, or search enables an end user to write a query and fetch rightful insight from the data, and like furthermore with the visualization. Okay, so these are the three most important component of Splunk. Apart from that, there are like few more components to available. Okay,
Okay.
and they are not dominantly being used and dominantly being named in the market, that these are like another component of Splunk, because they are like part of a distributed Splunk system. So what they are, one is DMC. It's a distributed monitoring console. Okay. Some people will say like management console too. So it just it's just a preference of name what people says, but distributed monitoring console, what it enables you to identify the health status of different Splunk components. Okay.
Mhm.
So DMC is one. Then license master will be one, cluster master will be these are like extensive extended topics, and if we'll go into the depth, it'll gonna like take more than 3 to 6 hours of time itself. So I'm not getting into depth of this. I'll just make sure that you know the names. Okay.
Okay.
So licensing master is something which enables you to track down the metering concept of Splunk, how much volume has been ingested or how much volume has been indexed, and that is the core basis of what we call like chargeback model Splunk, that this much volume of data being indexed. Now, if you have this much license volume available, then it will be subtracted out of that. Okay. So license master do control the same. It can be like any. Okay, I'll be there once we'll get into the deployment structure. Okay.
Okay.
So license master, cluster master, and okay, now cluster master is, so when we get into the depth of a distributed Splunk deployment, then we're gonna like scale our deployment where it will, or the Splunk indexers will able to handle out a very high stream of data, right? Let's suppose we had one time 10 GB of data. For the same, we went ahead with standalone deployment. Okay. And there is couple of recommendation from Splunk. Okay. So, and for the same, what you can follow Splunk documentation.
Okay.
Splunk docs, what you can follow, to get right recommendation. And let me know if you are able to see my screen other than that whiteboard, or we'll jump on that later. Okay, so Splunk docs is something where you'll see the right recommendation that, okay, minimum of 12 GB RAM is needed for any Splunk deployment. Okay, and this,
I'm still seeing the whiteboard itself.
yeah,
Are you seeing?
I haven't shared
Okay.
anything. Okay,
Okay.
once I'll share, I'll do check with you that you are able to see or not. Okay, so when we get into a distributed deployment, right, we look forward to a multiplied capacity of indexes. Okay, and how we can multiply the capacity of indexes through clustering. Okay, it's a very high level concept, or it's a like architect level concept of Splunk. Okay, which do require very extensive understanding and very hands-on understanding on Splunk administrative capabilities, right? So when we get into ingesting high volume of data, we look forward to multiply the indexer's capability. And to do the same, we go forward with the clustering, indexer clustering, right? And let's suppose we went ahead with the indexer clustering, then in that situation, who will be the one who will control the indexers in a cluster system? Okay. So if you look up into the data moment, where is this? Take this. So here, let's suppose you have your DB server, okay? And this is really critical, and you want all those telemetry or all those infrastructure information Okay, right? CPU, memory, disk, IO. These all information you want it to be like available with Splunk. So
Okay.
what you did, you installed Splunk Forwarder. Okay. Now before installation part, let's understand what binaries Splunk provide. And so in total, Splunk provide only two binaries. Okay.
Okay.
Binary, you understand what binary means? Like installation files. Okay.
Yes.
So Splunk provides two binaries.
Okay.
And these two binaries being, used for different purpose and for different, let's suppose it is having some role assigned, like you install one of the binary and it's been designed for a particular role. In that situation, that role can be governed using some of the configuration file changes. Okay. So two binaries you need to understand Splunk provide. One is Splunk Enterprise. Okay. This is not related to your license or something. I'm talking about binaries with what name it
Okay.
been released. So Splunk Enterprise is the one, and another one is
Splunk One.
Universal Forwarder.
Okay, universal.
Okay. Now, you may have heard about heavy forwarders as well,
Mm-hmm.
or intermittent forwarders. Okay. These are nothing but Splunk Enterprise only. Okay. Or
Okay.
Splunk Forwarder only. So these two binaries can be acted with different role. Like universal forwarder can be intermediate intermediate forwarder, and Splunk Enterprise will act as heavy forwarder, your indexer, your license master, deployment server, deployer, cluster master. Okay, search head. So these all will be like Splunk Enterprise binary will help enable you to, you know, perform all these activity. So for example, in case if you want to perform as a heavy forwarder, you will disable searching over here. You will disable indexing over here. Okay.
Okay.
There will be multiple option available directly on GUI. If not on GUI, you can control these functionalities from the backend, what we call like CLI. Through CLI, you can, control these functionalities. Okay. Hope it does make sense to you. Any confusion, you can ask.
Yeah, no, no confusion. Okay.
Wonderful. Okay. So now what you'll do, you'll download, or if you have any centralized repository system in your organization, then you will refer the same. And from there, you'll get the approved binaries for Splunk forwarder. Okay. And
Mm-hmm.
get that installation done over here on this server. Okay. Now that universal forwarder will start acting as an agent and it starts sending out right information to your indexer. Okay. Again, this looks to be like very high level because if we'll get into the depth that how it is picking up data and how the data being controlled, there like whole lot of information available, like controlling the PI information, controlling or regulating what information we need to send from one server to indexers. Then furthermore, we are looking forward to whitelist, blacklist. So there like whole lot concept available. If you get into like understanding universal forwarder itself will take like more than 5 to 6 hours of time. Okay.
Mm.
Still, you are free to ask that this is something I see that it's looked to be, something I want to understand. You can put in if that looks to be in context with what we are trying to achieve during the session. We'll definitely get that cover. If not, I'll clearly make you, like I'll share you some sort of documentation you can refer.
Mm.
post this session. Okay.
Mhm.
So here, uh, you'll do the installation of Splunk Universal Forwarder. Okay. Now this will start sending out as per the direction. This will start sending out your data to a Splunk indexer component. Okay. Now one more thing. Let's suppose you have like n number of servers available, and before sending them directly to indexer, you want to control them through intermediate function. Then in that situation, you can deploy a heavy forwarder in between this. Okay. You
Okay.
can deploy a heavy forwarder here over here, and you can control some sort of like volume of data ingest to Splunk. Okay.
Mm.
So what heavy forwarder, the difference between heavy forwarder and universal forwarder is universal forwarder do not holds any capability of parsing. Okay. So
Mhm.
in that case, if you want to put in some parsing to reduce the volume of ingestion, then you can deploy a heavy forwarder over here and
Mhm.
reduce the non-required data to be getting indexed and then getting it like metered out for license. Okay. So for that
Okay.
purpose, you can have heavy forwarder deployed in between your indexers and universal forwarder. Okay. One more situation could be, or one more use case could be that you don't want your indexers to be completely exposed to any external servers. Then in that situation, you can have a heavy forwarder here where the firewall enables like communication between heavy forwarder and indexers, and rest any application server will have to communicate with heavy forwarder, and then heavy forwarder alone being given permission to talk to indexers. So on the security front, you can have that deployment scenario available
Mm.
with you. Now once your data will be stored over here, you need a
Mhm.
search head. So this will act as a Splunk search head. Splunk, I'll make it like short name sh search head. Okay. So from here, the end user will gonna like write up a query and you know get the right insight of the what data being stored. Okay. Again, there is whole lot complexity available, a whole lot of technicality being involved when you put up a search query on Splunk search head. How it get into a Splunk like searching path, where it start, how it pick up the information, and how it correlate the information, and then how it present the information to you. Okay. So this is a high level, I'll say, architecture view of Splunk, that how it works.
Mhm.
Okay.
Okay.
The only difference will be when we'll deal with, so whatever we talked about standalone deployment. Okay. Now
Okay.
the next deployment is distributed deployment. Okay.
Mm.
This
Let
has been
let
for,
me repeat. Let me repeat the like. I just want to reiterate. Like I understand the architecture of Splunk.
yeah,
So basically, like wherever, for example, if we have a machine like where we want to send any kind of mission related logs or anything, like we will install universal forwarder on that particular machine to gather entire information about that particular machine. And then we will have like heavy weight forwarder to control which logs needs to be sent to the Splunk indexer, or if we have multiple machines and we don't want all the missions to be communicate with the Splunk indexer server. Like we can add that capability in the heavyweight forwarder, and Splunk indexer will basically index the data, and the data we have in the indexer, like Splunky using the Splunk search head, like user can search that data, query the data, and create an alert. Like is the
Yeah, that's correct understanding you have.
okay.
Okay. So now going forward, this looks to be like when these all, these all functionality will be handled by a single instance, then it referred as a Splunk standalone deployment. Okay. Like
Okay.
Splunk indexing, Splunk search head, both functions being done. Like universal forwarder definitely can be deployed on different engines, different machines. But
Mm-hmm.
these both functionality can, when performed on one, then we referred it as a standalone or POC deployment. Okay.
Okay.
Next one is distributed. Okay. When we say like distributed, right, it actually refers to that we need a dedicated machine for each functionality. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So if we have to perform indexing, then we need a dedicated resource for indexers. Okay. We need to perform searching, then we need a dedicated resource for our search head component. And that's where distributed deployment came into picture. Okay. It is further, divided into different segments, like distributed deployment itself being further divided into different segments. One is your clustered. Okay. Another one is non-clustered. Okay. So let's suppose you have high volume of ingest, then you can't keep on like having one indexer, two indexer, three indexer and all. Okay. We look forward to have a multiplied capacity, a multiplied capability to deal with high volume of data. Then in that situation, we go with the clustered environment. Okay. And we see that only two indexers will be sufficient to deal with our infrastructure ingest. Then in that situation, we don't go with the clustered infrastructure. Okay.
Okay.
Now in clustered and non-clustered, I'm getting into slight depth so that it will be useful for you while discussing the same during the interview process. So in cluster itself, you will deal with another layer of segregation, that is multi-site and single site. Okay.
Okay.
So let's suppose you have, uh, your infrastructure spam over world, and there are like a couple of areas you have identified that this can be one of the site where the data ingest look to be like 5 TB one where 5 TB another. So in that case, you can design it as in a way that this is my site 2, this is my site 3. Okay. So
Mm-hmm.
site-based control. So what we call it as a distributed clustered multi-site environment. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And another will be a distributed clustered single site environment. In most of the scenarios, you will observe that it's like distributed cluster single site environment, not multi-site. But in case of like BFSI areas, like banking, financial services, you will observe that
Mm-hmm.
they deal with high volume of data ingest. Okay. And
Mm-hmm.
for them to control this, they used to have multi-site configuration. Okay.
Okay.
From development point of view, it's definitely not required to have that level of understanding, but just for the sake of like, that you read or that you went through like building out some sort of understanding, you are aware. Okay.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Now, this is all uh, not just like a very basic of infrastructure, like architectural understanding. This is an intermediate level of understanding you have made so far. Okay. Because
Okay.
many of people will not be aware that in distributed also there are like classifications available. Okay.
Okay.
Now, if we'll go forward, okay. So let's do one thing. Have you ever, you know, got any machine or requested any trial machine?
No.
Okay. So what we'll do, let's request out, because I have consumed one. Anyhow, I can request one trial. Like Splunk provide you, okay. Now again, let's understand couple of things that what offering Splunk do comes up nowadays.
So if your Splunk required some business email ID, then you can use the temp email. Okay, with the temp email, you can.
No, no, not business. It's fine. We'll go with, okay. So Splunk solution available, or offering, you can say, right? I'm making it lemon so that it won't sound like very complicated. That being the reason I didn't like, prefer to have a kind of like slides to deal with. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
because like talking more lemon towards what it actually is, it's more meaningful and it's more useful. Okay. If we still feel that I prefer to go other way, we can see that too. Okay. So Splunk solution available in the market, it's one Splunk Enterprise. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Another is Splunk Enterprise Trial, and Splunk Cloud, which is SaaS. Then Splunk, whole lot of like Splunk Cloud Observability Suite. Okay. Enhancements are there. I'm keeping that enhancements aside.
Mm-hmm.
So these are the major offering available from Splunk Enterprise. Okay. So this is further divided on what basis you are looking forward to. Are you looking forward to enforce licensing concept on the basis of data ingest, or you are looking forward to have a like a vCPU basis enterprise license rollout? Okay. These are very like again very like depthful information, which might make it like difficult to have rightful takeaway from the session.
Mm-hmm.
So next one is Splunk Enterprise Trial. Um, what we can use for this session, or we can go with Splunk Cloud. Okay. So Splunk Enterprise Trial, we can opt uh, since we have to look on the basic searching technique, right? Uh,
Mm-hmm.
we don't want to get into the backend structure. Then in that situation, even cloud will be helpful for us. Cloud provide us a 14 days trial license. Okay, what we call like
Mm-hmm.
sandbox. Same for this observability cloud suite. It comes with a 14 days trial license. Okay, when I say like Splunk cloud observability suite, it comes with a different offering too underneath it. Like you will get APM, you will get RAM, you will get a whole lot of like different segments available in this suite. Okay, so
Okay.
we'll go ahead with the registering or requesting out Splunk SaaS 14 days trial. Okay, so
Mm-hmm.
for the same, um, what I'll do so that after this session also you can utilize, will use your you know uh, one of the email ID is not required to be your official email ID, but sometime if it's not official, it's take time. Okay, It's take whole lot of time to get the sandbox, details available with you. And with this, what we will get? With this, we'll get a search head, a kind of like search head interface with us. And again, for a data ingestion and all, we need Splunk binaries. Okay. So let's do one thing. Let's go ahead with the enterprise trial lessons, what I have for this session. And later you can request out this for your own understanding and, you know, practice. Okay.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
So we'll utilize AWS environment for setting up Splunk enterprise trial.
Okay.
Let me,
Shumit, do you need BMs?
yeah,
To the requirement for VM that BM?
um, basic. We'll not go with like very high level.
Two
So
virtual
Splunk,
CPU, 4 GB RAM is sufficient.
yeah, sufficient. That will be more than sufficient.
Okay, sure.
Are you going to use AWS?
Yeah, I will give you that AWS VM. Okay,
Okay, sure.
I'll ping you in the chat with
Yeah,
VM link.
meanwhile, I'll log in on to Splunk so that I
Yeah.
can pull in those binaries.
Amazon Linux is fine, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So Ravi, like not Ravi, sorry Ravi. Raj, so far you are clear, right? We
Mm.
are going in
Yeah.
right direction.
Yes.
Yeah, wonderful.
How much storage is required?
Anything which costs us low, that will be sufficient.
No, at least you give me that ballpark figure, no? 10 GB,
Okay.
20 GB.
Uh, these are like SSD, 8 GB. The default EBS storage you can go with.
Okay, 8 GB is fine, right?
Yeah.
Give me the 10 GB.
Do one thing, roll out two instances.
Okay.
One for Splunk agent also. That like for agent, we don't need a high level machine. Just choose the free one, the free tier one with one CPU, vCPU, and
T2 dot micro.
correct T2.micro. So what we are talking, Raj, these are the you might be aware also. I'm not sure,
Mm.
but
Yeah.
to let you know, these are the AWS terms of instances. So when we select T2 micro, it's basically the one of the lowest resource based, and that is a free tier. But the other one, what we are rolling out, it cost you, and
Mm-hmm.
it cost you much actually. Uh,
Mm.
for every hour, the billing will be generated. Okay. So
Mm.
let's suppose you want to give a try on your end and you want to spin up some instances, make sure that you are going ahead with the T2 micro. That it comes up with like 750 hours for a month. Again, if you'll keep
Mm-hmm.
it like open for 6 days and some hours, it will get, the limit will get exhausted and you will be charged. Okay. So
Mm.
make sure that when you are spinning something, you have the basic understanding on AWS front. Or you can choose out a lot many VM like on-prem VM systems available. Like VMware is the one, Oracle Bugs is the another one. So you can choose that.
Ah, yeah. I do have some understanding on it.
Wonderful then. Okay. So we have
I'll ping you the PMK. Just
Yeah. Again, and for this installation, we'll go with the root, but it's never been recommended, right, to
Mhm.
have any installation of Splunk with the root, root permission or root user. Okay, root permission is anyhow permitted, but never go with the root user for any installation.
So for the installation, usually we will have a service account and we will create for the user for the service account and we will use the that user to install the Splunk.
Very correct. Yeah.
Mhm.
So I have the PEM file available with me. Uh, Ravi, you'll see one SSH command directly available. Okay,
yeah. So
so you can just
I
copy paste that here.
yeah
Uh,
yeah sure. So SSH command, right?
yeah,
You
you can
can.
use like you can select that instance, a particular instance, and then
Yeah. I know that. I know that. So
okay, okay,
I'm pinging you that for one.
sure.
Directly you can do that.
So,
So this is for first VM. Okay.
wonderful. Yeah.
This is for second.
Okay, let me share my screen so that installation will be right in front of you. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. So it should be timer, right? What you can see on screen?
I'm seeing your turn now.
Oh, great. Okay. So now we are on the back end of the one of the EC2 instance, which we roll
Mhm.
out for. Uh, so this is the one we roll out for our Splunk enterprise deployment. Okay. I have
Mhm.
already logged into my account and get the required. What we'll do, we'll go with the sudo permission, then okay. I'm going with the N minus one. 9.0.4 is the latest Splunk enterprise uh,
Okay.
version, and I'm preferring to go with the N minus one. And it's always been recommended if you're going forward with any high level deployment, then choose for n minus 1, right? Because with the nth one,
Okay.
you are not sure how stable it is, and you are not sure that what uh, bugs associated with it. So you could end up being a beta tester for the same. So always go with the n minus 1 if you're being pushed for the most recent one. Okay. Else
Yeah.
go with the version which is very stable. Okay. Latest
Yeah.
but very stable one.
Yeah.
Okay, here I'll tell you a couple of troubleshooting steps too, right? You mentioned earlier that you want to understand some troubleshooting, guidelines. These troubleshooting steps will be for like if your infrastructure being set up over AWS, this will be helpful. Okay.
Okay. Mhm.
Now, once you're done with the extraction, then simply you need to, if you're really interested, then you can read them out. Okay. They're
Mhm.
like whole lot disclosures, confidential information, what they indicate, data governance, okay, support model, exclusions, what they have made. All these information will be able to check out of here. Okay.
Yeah.
So if you are interested reading out this all, feel free to not press the tab or not press okay. And if you're not interested, you can say, and I'm going with Y. Okay. On the very first fresh installation, it will ask for the username. So we'll go with a very standard process. We'll define it admin. And for password, we'll mark it admin123. Okay. We'll destroy the VM. What I made. Okay. So you need to make sure that the password should be of minimum 8 character. Okay.
Yes.
It were, but it's looked that I made some accidental error, which it didn't like. Okay. Now here, you observe that couple of checks has been done. Okay, these ports, these are important ports which needs to be open. In case if they are not, then you can choose for something else, but these are the by default ports. Okay. So
Okay.
8000 port where your Splunk UI will be available. 8089 it's management port from where all those management capability of your Splunk being controlled.
Mhm.
Um, KV store again, these are like not required for you to understand. Uh, okay. So these checks has been made and these ports look to be like available. They are not being binded with any other application. So we are good. Now it says that Splunk web interface is available with this internal IP and this port. Okay.
Okay.
So we'll go here and we'll try to see that if it is anyway lying to us or let's see. So if I'll hit here, enter. Oh my God, what this? This site can't be reached. Yeah, definitely it can't be reached because we are not into the internal network of this AWS account, right? We are
Mm-hmm.
trying to access it externally. Then definitely it won't gonna like, treat you or give you right access. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where our public IP will gonna like help us to get out of this situation. Okay. So we'll do HTTP since we are not using any SSL, we are not using any TLS. We have to go with the default AT port, that is HTTP. And
Mm-hmm.
we have the public IP with us shared by Ravi. Mm,
Window you can find it.
yeah, okay. Now let's see the miracle. Oh my God, it worked. I had like a different intention to show you actually that they should not work. So we have definitely SME available. He already get that sorted. So we don't look odd while, but that odd looking structure are you are expecting so that you will learn something. So sometime what
Mm-hmm.
happens that the traffic, the traffic from AWS looks to be restricted. It's not open to
Mm-hmm.
all the public, or all those ports who look not to be like open to all public. Then in that situation, the very first thing we need to check is the firewall. And when we say like firewall in AWS, it's security group. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So we have like one of the SME already available with us. He make it shorted so that everything looks like flawless while working. So we
Mm-hmm.
have like our Splunk ready. Okay. Now we'll use our credential, what we made during the installation
Mm-hmm.
process. Admin one two
Mm-hmm.
three four. Admin 123. Okay.
Okay.
Perfect. So we'll
So,
end up.
like, I have a question, like, how, like, for example, like, here we created one user and when we are logging, like, installing, like, we have provided the username and password. But in enterprise level, like we will have multiple users and there will be a new team member will be added later, like once the installation of the Splunk is done, like how are we gonna provide the access to the user, like how we can like provision the user access in the Splunk. Like,
Wonderful question. Yeah, that's a really great question to be frank. And uh, okay, for the same, it depends on how your organization being designed for the user management on Splunk. And the native, I'll show you, and I'll show you even what enterprise level Splunk deployment handle the user onboarding and all. Okay.
Mhm.
So since we don't have that, validation technique or user onboarding control system available, we might not get into that setup process, but I'll show you that how Splunk can natively control the user management. Okay. So now
Mhm.
let's understand the interface. Okay. So this is Splunk homepage. Okay. And
Mhm.
here we can see that we have a couple of icons available or couple of menus available in the tab. One says that help. In the help section, if you will hover over to about, it will show you that which version you are running. Okay.
Mhm.
Next, in the activity section, you'll get like jobs. Jobs are basically schedule alerts, running searches, and few more stuff. Okay. Again, trigger
Mhm.
alerts will be the one which has been triggered by violating the threshold if what you have configured. And as you said that you have created a couple of alerts already, so I think you may be familiar.
Mhm.
Okay, next settings tab. This is extensive one. Message will be something, if you are admin, then you will be able to see couple of health related information popping up over here. And then administrator, this is something where your name will be displayed, that Raj, and then whatever your initial and final name will be here, or whatever the technique being used for authentication. On the basis of that, the information will be, observed over here. And a
Mm-hmm.
couple of things we'll understand during the search time. Okay. So now let's understand on the setting tab. So on setting tab, you can see that monitoring console is also reflecting, means this instance is working as monitoring console also. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
so it's a standalone deployment. And the same is helping us to search. The same engine is working as indexers too, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this is your search UI. So here
Yeah.
you can write up the query to fetch meaningful information from your data. Okay, now on search side, uh, you ask that how to control the users. Okay, so for the same, you can see that there is a tab called users. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
so for current, we can see that only admin user being created, right? I can create a user with your name, and I can give password ABCD, or what I can give, Raj 1 2 3 4 5. It should be minimum 8, as what I told you earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'll give you permission. From here, you can give any default permission which is being our role available. So I'll give you for user. Okay,
Yeah.
and
Uh,
required password. Yes.
so I do have a question like, for
Mhm.
example, if it is an enterprise level, we will use the across the board, we'll use the uh, like employee ID and the password is across the board same. So in that case, like how you can manage the setting up password and stuff, like manually setting up the password, like how you
No,
can
it's not.
manage.
Yeah, it's not Raj. It's never. What I'm showing you, it's something. It's very, very, very useful for understanding. It's never been
Yeah,
done on
I
enterprise
I
level.
I
Okay.
understand that, but like cover like to discuss a point of interview point,
Yeah,
like
yeah, yeah.
I,
That
I
I said, like, we'll discuss that. Okay.
Mhm.
So you can see, like, this
There
is
will
how
be
one.
some way, right, whether you can do
Yeah,
SSO
yeah,
or
yeah.
LDAP integration. Okay. Once you have done that
Mhm.
LDAP integrations, when you add the email ID, employee ID, something, it will authenticate that from the LDAP servers. Okay, and then it will validate, and then you can uh, uh, they can able to log in that. Okay, yeah. When we have SSO integrations, SSO required domain. Okay, once you provide the
Mhm.
domain, and then it will generate a client key and secret key, and that will help you to integrate your Splunk enterprise to that their domain. Okay, so that is domain by integration. Okay, so that most of the company that acquired with using with SSO integrations, not going with LDAP, because LDAP has some, like, every 3 months you need to change your password, right? And you have many instances you are working on that, and and you can't remember that entering the password at all. So that is the reason people used to uh, be flexible with SSO integration nowadays. Okay, so I think SSO is more popular compared
Yeah,
to
yeah, yeah. So you understand, like, we will definitely look on that part as well. So I'm going with the flow actually. Okay.
Mhm. Ah,
So this is something what you observe, and
mhm.
what Ravi said, right? That's exactly that most of the organization do follow LDAP. And what you are observing here, this is pretty much for the learning. This never being gonna
Ah,
like implemented, right? Even if
mhm.
your audit team or your security team will not gonna like permit that setting up any password for
Mhm.
like manual password in setup for different users. So that is highly susceptible for breaches. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
so what you saw is like a temporary native system of Splunk. Now, if you want to make that, uh, that authentication technique, you have that option available, authentication method, and here you need to select the LDAP, and furthermore, you can use your official or like these information, right? You need to provide, and again, as I said, like if we get into setting up this all, we'll need LDAP server, and which is
Mm-hmm.
difficult to have, right? So
Yeah.
these information you need to map. Once you're done with the mapping, what will be done? Like users will be able to use their SSO credentials to log in onto the Splunk instead of having separate individual IDs being set up by Splunk administrator. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Another option, as you saw, SAML. Okay, which will enable you for DO security technique or RSA security tokens. Whatever technique you want to have, you can configure. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Once you'll set up this SAML configuration, it will enable you for these configurations. Okay. Like you may have seen some people uses a token device,
Mm-hmm.
right? So it's
Yeah.
a dual,
UDP
like,
and
yeah, with SSO, you'll able to log in, but again, it will ask for a token to validate.
mm-hmm.
Okay. And that token can be generated from a hardware if it is available or being provided by your organization, or it can be done with the these days like there are like whole lot multi-factor authentication application available like Microsoft Authenticator, Okta. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
so
Yeah.
these can be further utilized for multi-factor authentication. Okay,
Okay.
so Splunk do provide all those options. You need not to be worried, or as a Splunk administrator, you need not to be worried. Okay, if someone will ask, you can simply say that yes, Splunk do support LDAP, SAML, and corresponding multi-factor authentication.
Mm.
Okay, so in total, yeah, if you'll go get into the exam, this is the exam question 2 or certification question 2. That what are the uh, three different options available? One is the native, and other is LDAP and SAML. Okay.
Mm.
Now, we can see that. Okay, few more stuff. Okay, so this is the default app, right? Search and reporting app,
Mm-hmm.
which enables you to the right search queries. Okay. Now the the searching can be done in three modes. Okay. What these
Okay.
modes are? These modes basically, uh, you know, run on basis of time and the processing speed. Okay. So one is smart mode, one is fast mode, and one is verbose mode. So these are the three modes available for searching your
Okay.
query.
Oh.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Which kind of scenarios we will use,
Yeah.
like
We'll
which
come
one?
to that. We'll come to that. So before getting into that, uh, let's bring out some data. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And to bring out some data, what we'll do, we'll ingest some data. Shall we take a 10-minute break and then come back?
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Okay. Meanwhile, I'll get some data uh, to be ingested so that we'll need it
Okay.
like, okay.
Yeah.
We'll go for a 10-minute break and then we'll regroup to get on to the searching part. Okay.
Yeah. Sounds good.
Okay. Hey Raj, let me know if you're here. Ravi, can you hear me?
Yes, 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 I'm clear.
Great. I'm looking for some data, right, to get that onboarded.
Are you able to insert the data?
Yeah, I'm working on that only.
Okay.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, I'm able to.
Okay, so what option you are able to see? It's like multiple onboarding, data onboarding options.
Well, like I'm seeing your Splunk dashboard.
Okay, okay, just a second. Can you see?
Yeah, now I'm able to see the select source type and that option.
Yeah. So I'm onboarding some dummy access log, right? And
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we have now some data available on which we'll try to, understand the query techniques. Okay, so before that, what option we do have? So if we look onto the add data part, we can see we have three different options available. Okay, one is upload, monitor, and then forward. Okay, so we learned that there is a component called Splunk Universal Forward. Okay, so this is the one. Like, so whatever data will be ingested through any external forwarder, okay, that being referred by forwarder over here.
Oh.
When we say like upload is something. Let's suppose you have some stats available or some data available, and it's look to be like highly unstructured, and it's look like very difficult to put up some analysis out of it. Then in that situation, you can upload it to Splunk. Splunk will
Mm-hmm.
index it and store it over to its indexing tier n. Okay, and then you can then further search it and visualize it in a meaningful way for any sort of
Okay.
analysis. Okay, so
Mm-hmm.
that you can do, and then monitor. Okay, so in case
Mm-hmm.
of upload, it's a static one-time upload. Okay, there'll be no addition or subtraction will be done with your data if
Mm-hmm.
that file being added up or appended up with additional information. You need to again upload it. Okay, but
Mm-hmm.
when we choose for monitor option, what it enables you to give you a continuous track of changes onto the file end. Okay, so if file
Mm-hmm.
being updated continuously, then in that situation we can opt for monitor instead of upload. Okay, so upload
Okay.
example will be that you have some static information that you want to add to your available index information, then you can upload. Okay,
Okay.
um, and you want to enrich available in data, right, with some additional information, you can go with the upload option. Monitor will be, let's suppose you have some directory and you want to study the you know like how or any file available there, you want to track that if someone is updating the same, I need an update. Okay, if
Mm-hmm.
there'll be some logs being written, immediately it will be punched to Splunk. So these will be the use cases. And Splunk
Okay.
forwarder, again, we simply know that from remote system, it will help you to send out the data.
Yeah.
Okay, so we all went ahead with the upload and uploaded some dummy information to our Splunk.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now that data being uploaded and it's stored to a logical name, uh, a bucket. Okay, not bucket. Okay, so whatever you have uploaded, that needs a index name. What that index name is? An index name is basically a logical name. Within that, your data will be, kept. Okay,
Yeah.
so you can take that there is a folder with your name Raj, and inside that folder you will see additional subfolders being created. Okay, for
Mm-hmm.
different data which being onboarded. Okay, and
Okay.
within each folder you will see some configuration related to the index. Okay, so
Okay.
index is basically the elementary unit where your data will be uh, stored. It's a logical name actually. Okay, it's a
Okay.
logical division. Okay, a logical
Okay.
way of segregating your different data to different index.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, same location can be given to different indexes, but same name can't be given. Okay, name needs to be like unique. You can't have like a similar name for different indexes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now here we need to write our query to. read the information. So we added our data to Cisco. This is the index name.
Mm,
Okay. Now, since we
mm,
uploaded, right? Since we uploaded, there is a timestamp which got tracked from that file. Okay. And with that file, that data being stored. So if you'll try to search with the 24-hour, Splunk will show
mhm,
zero result because that file has data from the past time. Okay. So for the same,
mm,
we'll go ahead with the all time filter.
mhm.
So we can see that we have 13,628 events available. Okay.
Yeah. Mhm,
Now here we'll see that we have three modes available, right? And
yeah.
we fired a query index equals to Cisco. Okay. So you can keep an eye over here that you'll able to see whole lot of interesting fields. Okay. Before that,
Mhm,
uh, try to understand what these are. Okay. So
mhm,
there are like couple of meta field information available, which are by default extracted whenever we upload or ingest data to Splunk. One is
mhm.
host, source, and source type. Okay. What is
Okay.
host? Your origin, like from
IP
where your
address.
data is, yeah, correct, being,
Mhm,
generated. The name of that, then source. Okay. So what source is? We that what
If
data being generated
multiple
from,
multiple applications are running in the same host, like we will
correct,
have multiple sources and
correct, correct.
sources
So
will be redirected.
yeah, on this host, there could be a multiple, you know, uh, application or data generator units being running, right? And each one have different extension, different way of generating the data or logs. Okay.
Mhm,
So source will be differentiating the same. So host is origin from where your data being generated. Source is like what type of information being not type. We'll get confused with this. What what are the different generator techniques being available there? For example, this is log. Okay. It can be
mhm.
access log, it can be security log, it can be anything. Okay.
Okay.
Or it can be dot APM related stuff too. Okay. So that will be part of your source.
Okay.
Okay. And then your source type. Source type will be what exactly the type of, it can be text. Okay. If it's
Mhm,
been like generated in the plain text format, it can be .csv.
mhm.
It can be anything. So here it has been marked as a access combined. It's basically a predefined, source type. So for
Okay.
example, if you'll onboard AWS CloudWatch log, okay, then
Mhm.
in source type you can mark CloudWatch,
Oh,
okay, and in source you can write CloudTrail log,
okay.
okay. In host you can mark whatever host from where your data being generated, okay. So
Mhm,
these are meta information or meta fields which shift with all, um, y- you know, your events. You'll able
mhm,
to see percentage coverage 100% means it's being associated with all those events. Okay.
mhm,
Now, very um, minor information, not minor, but uh, key information and helpful too. So you can see a character over here just next to the field name. Okay.
mhm.
So what it denotes, if it's like A means it's a alpha. You can see like alpha here. just next to,
Mhm. Yeah, yeah.
okay. So what it donates that you have a alphanumeric value for this field. Okay.
Okay.
Alphanumeric means combination of string and number. It can be or string. And you
Okay.
can see here that there is a hash. You can see
Sure. Awesome.
hash
Yeah.
character. So what it indicates,
Mhm.
when the number will be numeric, then it will show you hash. So if you'll see here, it's all numeric.
Okay.
Okay. So
Mhm.
with this, you can identify and fire additional query, right? So if you have any
Mhm.
alphanumeric and you'll try to put some math operation, it will give you garbage result, right?
Mhm.
So that will be a use case that where it will be useful.
Okay.
Okay. Now you
Mhm.
saw that these many fields being discovered and shown here. Okay. Now we are in smart mode. Let's get into the fast mode. Right? You saw that fields being somewhere.
Yeah. In
Yeah,
the interesting field section, like we are seeing less options compared to the smart mode.
correct. Why it happened? Because when you opt for the fast mode, right, the field discovery gets turned off. Okay.
Mhm.
It doesn't mean that if you want, then it won't show. If you want, then you have to explicitly made it aware that okay, I need this, I need that. Okay.
Mm. Mm.
But field discovery will remain off. Okay.
Mm.
When you opt
Mm.
for fast mode. Why? To make your search query perform faster.
Yeah.
And if you try to get into a static visual, like stats related, query system or
Mhm.
transformation, then these will be, okay, these will be out. You won't be able to see this event section. Like here, this event section will be out. You'll be only able to see statics and visualization. It won't
Mm.
show you the event. Okay.
Mm. Mhm.
Example will be, I'll just write a query. Don't think that I have stats count. Now I have transformed the data. Okay. If I'll hit this in fast mode, can you see event? Nothing.
Yeah.
All gone. Okay.
Yeah.
Now you want that I want to run in stats mode. And even after that, I want my fields to be discovered. Then go with the
Mhm.
verbose mode. Okay. You'll able to see stats as well as you'll able to see events.
Okay. So,
Okay.
mhm.
What is smart mode then? Okay. So what smart mode does, it enables you to have only required events, you know, only required events. So for example, here we are operating on count function. No
Mhm.
event will be needed. Not a single event is required. Then event will show 0. If we'll get into a
Okay.
transformation where we need couple of field like table and you remember any field? Okay, host will say we have one only, it won't show. Uh, so if you'll remove this transformation, then you'll able to see the events as well in smart mode. So in smart mode, what it does, it only enable you to give desired number of this field. Okay, not like all field discovery will be done, but only desired will be done. Okay,
Mhm.
as per your query. So this query is like being included all those events. So it's being included all. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Just let's suppose that some of the events being some of the field being associated with only a few number of events, and your search query is not targeting those events, then it will remove them. Okay, it will remove those field discoveries. So it's a
Mm-hmm.
kind of like in between fast and verbose, that for some you want to see some desired number of fields as well as you want to see the stats, then go with the smart mode. Okay. Second difference would be the processing time. Since fast mode is not working on discovering fields, right? It will be fast. The result, the search running time will be less. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Here it's like very minimal data, right? On a
Yeah.
real-time environment, you have to search over a very vast data. Like you'll see here millions of events. Okay. When you are
Yeah.
operating on millions of event and that too in real time, it do make difference. It do make a difference a lot. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But sometime you have to showcase and troubleshoot. Then in that situation, you have to go with verbose mode. And when you are choosing for verbose mode, make sure that your time being selected with the right window, not with the all time.
Mm.
Okay. Why we are searching with the all time here?
Like the entire data.
Yeah, that's correct for entire data. But why we are uh, being aware that it's not optimized way of searching, why we have opted for all time?
Mm-hmm. No
Because
idea.
we have uploaded a file, right? And that file has old
Okay.
timestamp. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
For that reason, you can see, right? It's 21/7.
Not even.
So that being the reason, we have opted for all time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now, okay, this is one. Now let's understand some keywords. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now I have to search with some keyword. Okay. Like I want to search that uh, if it's being run on Chrome, like who are the users who are using Chrome. So I'll use a keyword Chrome. So you can see like 3,276 events being returned. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So this is called keyword searching, keyword based searching. Okay.
Okay.
If someone is looking to target that who are the users who are using Chrome, then they can use this query.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. If they want the count, stats count, they will get the 3276. Okay. Again,
Mm-hmm.
uh, okay. So let's do one thing. Use a by clause to see if we have any user. Okay, we don't have. By host, again we have one host, then it will show single one only. Okay, we'll get on that. So we can see that these many like Chrome, like a Chrome based event being generated, like 3276. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if we have any other, like we want to include Mozilla too, that who all search with the Mozilla.
Mhm.
So we included another word. We can see that the event remains the same. Okay.
Okay.
Uh, so I think everyone has like Chrome and Mozilla. That being the reason it come out to be the same result. But what I have to explain, and for what reason I have added another keyword, is to explain one functionality. Okay, what that functionality is or behavior is. When you put two keywords, right? What Splunk
Mhm.
read it is as a implicitive and.
Yes. Right.
Okay, it's an implicit addition of and operation here.
Okay.
Either you will put or you want. It will take it as a end. So you want both Chrome and Mozilla, then you have to put a explicit term that is or.
Okay.
The default will be and if there will be no mention of any logical operator. Okay,
Mhm.
then it will treat it as a and if you'll put or, then if you want to perform either of them, then you need to put it or. Okay,
Mm.
explicitly you need to define it and you can
Yeah.
see the
Correct.
difference.
For R, we need to explicitly
Yeah,
define. Brand, it's not, no need to
yeah,
define
it's not
anything.
mandatory, but if you'll put, then searching time will be reduced. Okay,
Ah,
why?
got it.
Because the compiler or interpreter in the background, which is interpreting this search query, will not have to
Mhm.
like put it and on every spaces. Okay,
Mm.
so the
Mhm.
optimized query will say that if you want something, then write it. Instead of leaving it to write written by Splunk engine, write it yourself
Mhm.
so that
Mm.
it will be faster.
Yeah.
Okay, again, the difference I won't be able to show you on this very small data. It's not in KB even. So
Mhm.
when you will search for sometimes search take like 5 minutes, 6 minutes, that big queries are or big volume of data be available. So in that situation, you need to be uh, like some way ensuring that you have written it explicitly on your end instead of asking
Yeah.
your engine to do it for you. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, so we can see that for this index, we have one source type, access combined. Okay.
Mhm.
But possibility is high, right? That within that Cisco index, there could be multiple source type available. Okay.
Mhm.
There could be .csv file, there could be .txt file, right? So
Yeah.
there could be additional. So in that situation, if you are looking forward to have access combined information, always make your searches more efficient, more faster. Okay. And to do the
Mhm.
same, narrow down your search. Okay. Okay. Why the difference won't being observed? Because this is the one from where your data is coming in. So if there will be
Okay.
multiple, just write it source type equals to this. Okay.
Mhm.
Splunk do supports wildcard. So if you'll write here this and star, it will still work and it will still
Mhm.
give you the result. Okay.
Mhm.
Now, so far any question or you're all good?
I understand, but if I want to extract out of like there is a HTTP 200 code,
Mm-hmm.
right? Like if
Mm-hmm.
I want to extract only the status code equal to 200
Yeah, we'll come
and
to that.
create a
We'll come to
some.
that.
Mhm. Okay.
We'll come to that. Okay. Any other, like so far, whatever being taught, out of that, you have any?
So far I'm good. Yeah.
Okay. So now next, like whatever field we are able to see, it's being discovered by Splunk. Okay, it's being extracted by Splunk. Now you want that there should be some, you know, that you can see that there are like couple of information. For example, you said that the status code, right? It's not being
Mm-hmm.
it's not being tracked. There is no status code field available. Okay, it's there. Can you see?
Yeah.
Splunk has already. So let's suppose it's not there. Okay, let's make it that it's not there, and you want this to be tracked. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
or let's do one thing. Take out something which is not here. Okay. Uh, what we can take out of this? Client IP is there. Date is there. Okay. So this is. So you can see that get and post these generally the message, the
Mm-hmm.
protocols or methods.
Mm-hmm.
So we
Yeah.
can see that uh, we want this to be tracked. Get, post, right? And it's not being
Okay.
extracted. Okay. I'll not get into depth of regular expressions and all, right? Because learning regular expression will not be 30 minutes or a half an hour job or an hour job.
Yeah.
It will take your like whole lot of active attention and practice on day-to-day basis, and then
Mm-hmm.
only you will master the regular expression. It's not rocket science, definitely. Once you'll start working, within few days you will see improvement, and within couple of weeks you'll master it for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but initially when you try to like immediately develop something, it might not work, and you may feel that okay, I'm not able to get the right regex for, not able to write a right regex for it. Okay, so for that,
Mm-hmm.
Splunk newer edition has some additional capabilities to offer as well. Okay, that I'll show you. Okay, so you found this and you want this to be tracked correctly. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
and for the same, there is a command. Okay, there is a command in Splunk which is called rex command. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
so the moment you will write, you will see some suggestion. Okay, here you can see on suggestion. We are not operating on local. Well, work on the raw data what we have uploaded. Okay,
Okay.
so this is syntax. Rex is a command. Whatever
Mm-hmm.
appears in blue, that will be a command. Okay, then field equals to, we are trying to extract a field from where. Okay, so we want it to be extracted from this raw events. Okay,
Okay.
and then in double inverted commas, what we have are regex bar.
Okay.
Okay, so this whole is a rex, you know, a syntax. Now you'll ask immediately, does this require regex understanding? Yes, it does. If we'll go with the rex way, it does require regex understanding. Without regex, you won't be able to get that field extracted. So you'll ask
Mm-hmm.
that, Sumit, can you help me with something? I'm not that great with regex. What I can do then? I still need that field to be tracked, but I'm not that great. So
Mm-hmm.
I'll suggest you that, okay, you need to go and practice regular expression. I'll teach you even the basic stuff that, okay, what exactly +1 means, what /s means, okay, what this dot star means, what dot slash mean. I'll explain you one time, okay? Then you'll see that, okay, I can read it out somewhere. That's not a big deal. So what can be done? So for that situation, I'll say that don't worry, Splunk has something else to offer as well. So you'll say that what exactly. So if you need to click here, okay? Once you click here, it will give you event action. Click here and then extract field. You can see.
Okay.
Now here will be two options. Again, you are going ahead with this since you don't know regular expression. Okay. So you can opt
Mhm.
for delimiters.
Okay.
Okay, like commas, spaces, or any character which looks to be like quite a sync with the whole data. Okay. So
Mhm.
let's try to understand, or even you can say that I prefer to write a regular expression, what I said. Okay. So
Mm.
you are running away from this. That's why you opted for Splunk to help. So click here.
Mhm.
First, like let's see in delimiters. Okay. You selected delimiters and went ahead. Now it will ask that what exactly, like out of this, what exactly the differentiating factor. So space, you saw that there are like whole lot space is available. Not sure if that will work. Comma, might it work because I can see like double inverted commas being always there with those similar events. Then you selected this comma. Okay.
Mhm.
Now it will show you like this. Okay. It will select one of the event and it will show you like this. Wherever there will be comma, it will start uh, converting them into separate field. Okay. So for whole, there isn't any comma. So it will, what it will treat, it will treat this whole event as a one field. Can you see? Field one. No other field being shown. So it won't work. Tab, again field one. With the tab, it is taking single field. Pipe, again
Right.
other. Okay. Now with the other, we'll go with this. Okay. Now we can see that it immediately able to
Multiple
identify
fields.
something. Yeah, multiple
Mhm.
fields it's able to identify because possibility is high that uh, with this there are like some differentiator available. Okay. And in field
Mhm.
2, we can see that our required data is there. But again, if I'll choose this, I can see that there is whole lot information which I don't need.
Mhm.
Okay. So in that situation, we figured it out that this is not correct way. Okay. Or for example, if you have something with that, like with spaces, let's see, uh, with spaces, you can filter out this status code, this port. Okay. So these information you can, yeah, even this will fetch out your browser. Okay.
Mhm.
So this can be fetched out this information, but what I'm looking forward to, this is not helping me with the help of delimiters. Then I'll go with the regular expression. Okay.
Mhm.
Now you'll ask that we are not uh, going with regular expression. Why you have, you know, chosen it? because delimiters
Mhm.
doesn't help us. Then we went ahead with regular expression. But at the same time, I know that you don't know regular expression, like how to write regular expression. Yeah, that's fine.
Mhm.
Let's go ahead with this option. Okay. Now select the fields. What you'll do, you'll select this. Sample value you got, field name, right here, protocol. Okay. Add extraction. Does it working for you?
Mhm.
It's working fine, right?
Yeah,
Protocol,
it's
it's
okay.
extracting absolutely correct. Okay.
Yeah.
Now what to do? Click here and magic. You have that regular expression with you.
Oh, got it.
All sorted.
Yeah.
And still you see that, okay, there like some ambiguity available. Here we can't see, but there is possibility that some way you'll see some ambiguity, right? Then
Mhm.
click here and edit your regular expression.
Oh.
Okay. It will
Oh.
immediately try to filter out those ambiguities.
Mhm.
Means what basically have to say that this is something which takes time. Okay. If this will be there, then further modification will be easier for you.
Yeah. We don't need to spend a lot of time to extract the
Absolutely. You
required
don't need
state.
to create a pattern that, okay, after this character, after that character, okay, slash w plus write this slash dot star and then further write it. You need not to. You need not to waste time on that.
Mhm.
Just go ahead with this, get initial. And if you still see some, like most of the time it does work. It does absolutely perfectly, like it does perfectly, 100% efficiently. It does work. But in we don't know, right? We all are engineers
Yeah.
and we always have to consider the worst case scenarios too.
Mhm.
Okay. So if it doesn't, then you can use this. One more point, you can in parallel have this regex 101. Okay. Open this. Okay. And from here, take your one event, put it here. Okay.
Mhm.
And we have regex.
You can copy paste
Yeah.
regex and
And
it will
do
validate.
correct. And do whatever you want to, you know, make any changes to this. Work on
Mhm.
it. Okay. Like it's useless that I'll be teaching you that what slash w means, what w plus means, what this bracket means. Okay, these all
Mhm.
okay. Bracket, I should be telling you that if you put something in this closing and opening greater than bracket, right, it will create the field. This is field name.
Oh. Oh.
Okay, this is field name.
Mhm.
And remaining you can see it. You'll get a chart. You'll get for everything there is like word plus means more than one word. Okay,
Mm.
if you want to skip something, then slash, backward slash, use that. It will be a kind of like skip character. Okay, so I'll give you even a quick cheat set. Okay, let me. mm, Okay, here it is. You will understand each and everything. If you haven't worked in the past, not even a single thing, it will make you clarify that what exactly these are.
Mm.
Okay, it's
Mm-hmm.
not at all a rocket science. You just need your some days of regular work on it, nothing else.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Okay, and you have right way to deal with what I said through that Splunk. Let Splunk work, right? Let Splunk work
Mm-hmm.
and use this. This will be for sure helpful.
Oh,
This, and you can keep it as a saved bookmark it wherever you have to work. Just bookmark it there. It will help. Okay.
oh,
One more thing which we will use and you might have used earlier is cron tab.
yeah.
Okay.
Front tab
That,
tool.
yes, yes. So this also keep this handy because this will be always be gonna like a big help. Okay. Here we were. Okay. Now let's try to see something. Uh, okay. So here you can see a job. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Inspect job. This is useful when you are running BigQuery. You can see that this search has completed and returned 13,621 results scanning this much.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, in 0.798 seconds. So this will help you to identify that how much time your query is taking to fetch out what information. Okay, more the
Mm-hmm.
number of result, return events, and less the number of like less won't be possible, but equal or similar scanning being done, it will reflect that uh, more efficient your search is. Okay, so you have searched with the right keyword and all, that being the reason that it simply has scanned this much to get this much result. Sometime it what happens that if let's suppose that your query is not optimized, okay, and it is scanning out whole lot of information. For example, if I'll use here
Uh,
star, okay, what it does, it will look for all the indexes and it will go inside job. Like here you can see timing will be increased, and since we have this much event only actually,
okay.
so it won't
So the
create.
events will be same, but it's taking to
No,
little longer time.
event won't be the same.
No, like I'm saying, like the number of events for the query.
Yeah, event will not be the same. Try to understand. Okay, result event will be same, right?
Yeah, yeah.
This will be same, but this will be different.
Oh,
Here we
yeah.
have this much only
If we
info.
are dealing with huge data, but currently we have only 13,600 records, and even if we remove the index or if we add the index, it won't make difference. But if we have
Very correct.
huge amount of data and like if we remove the index value from the
Very correct.
field, it will give the entire information.
Yeah, that's very correct understanding. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I'm
why?
saying
Because
like
it's
the even
mhm,
even if the like it scanned 13,600 records previously also, but it took around 78 seconds. But now it took 88 seconds to extract the same events of data.
Correct. And this delay is not because that it has to see different number of like events or scan more events, but here we left it with like
Yeah,
assumption for Splunk engine and
yeah.
then mention
Splunk
the
need to do it work like
correct. It starts searching that what index you have permission for. Okay.
mm,
Then it says that okay, you are admin, you have permission for all indexes. Then it identified that okay, we have main index, we have Cisco index. Then it uh, implicitly writed them. Okay. And once
mm,
it writed, then it further it started like querying out, which make it a lengthy query.
okay. That's the reason the query optimization is very important if we are
Very
dealing
important.
with the queues. Mm,
Very important. Yeah. You may have seen on Splunk there is a like query optimization course itself available for more than like I believe $1,000. So this is
okay.
the importance, right?
Mm,
Because
mhm,
anyhow, if data will be there, but it is taking enormous time to give you result, and in that
mhm,
situation, even your alerts will fail. It will not give you in prompt time result, right? So
mhm.
it will not be a much help. If
Yeah,
something which is needed in right time, if not that is not coming in absolute the required time, then it's useless. Correct?
yeah.
Okay. Use case could be transaction. They're like more than mm, let's suppose an application have more than 50 microservices, and even 10-second of delay in communication or sharing out information from one dependent microservice to another. And if that being tracked, but the query itself taking more than 10 seconds, then you won't get a right alert, right? Once that will be
Yeah,
filled, then you will
that's
get the result.
mm, yeah,
Okay, it's happened many a time. It happened. We have to work on workload management concept, which is again like kind of like optimization technique. So to figure out that who are the one who are operating with bed searches and incorrect way of dealing with the data. So these are again like altogether different corner to explore, which we can
yeah,
talk sometime later when you look forward to have like depthful build depthful understanding or go with a depthful curriculum. Okay,
yeah, sure. Mhm,
now this is done. So let's come back again with the Cisco. Okay, so whatever we see, we don't see any statics representation for the same, and till the time we don't have any statical representation, we won't be able to see visualization. Okay,
mm,
so for the same, what we'll have to do, we have to transform this to a statical data layout. And for the same, what we need to use transforming commands. Okay, so what transforming commands are? Transforming commands in Splunk are the one which which helps you transform your data from regular to a tabular form. Okay, and
mm,
some of the examples of transforming command are table. So we can write table, host, source, like whatever n number of fields you want to be represented in the form of table, it will display. Okay,
okay.
so now we can see that our data has been transformed, and our data transformed being done. Uh, okay, and we have
Mhm.
opted for two field values.
Two feedbacks.
Okay,
Yeah.
and we know that in blue we always see a command. So table is a command. What type of command it is? It is a transforming command. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
what transforming command does? It transform our regular event data to statical data, okay, in the form of table. Okay, go with the verbose mode. From now here, we'll go with the verbose mode. Okay, another is field. Okay, fields command. So field command will also help you to display the same field, but it's not providing you, and again it's a command only, right? It's showing in blue,
Mm-hmm.
but it's not showing you in tabular form. So what the purpose of this field command? Okay, you want your data to have a required number of field available. Okay, so in that case you'll use fields command. Okay, now you have marked only these two, then two field will be there, nothing else. Okay, only event associated with these two fields will be there. And furthermore, then apply your transformation. Okay, what
Mm-hmm.
is done and where it is useful? When you have to remove, actually use minus, it will remove that field. Can you see?
No.
So fields
Yeah.
command actually help you to remove the non-required fields from your search. Okay, so
Mm-hmm.
after transformation also you can use table, host, and source. Can you see? Host is
Mostly null.
removed.
Mm-hmm.
You can't see any value. Okay, so there should be a question that is it like removing your data? Are these being removed
No,
from?
like as part of our query, like we are removing, but at host will be there.
Okay, yeah, that's correct. Okay, what else which help us with the transformation will be top command. Top host. We have single host anyhow. Uh, so
Mm-hmm.
and top will give you two additional field. One will be count and another will be percent. Okay, this will be additional information generated by top command. Okay, and same with the top means the most common one,
Mm-hmm.
and then will be rear. Okay, since we have one, it's showing the same result, like on top it will be the one and rear also it will be the one. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
so in general what it does, top will show you the most active one or the most prevalent one, and the rear will show the least prevalent one. Okay, for example, there are like 5 subjects. Okay, and the students being shown that who have scored how many marks out of this. Okay, like there are like 5 sports category. Okay, or
Mm-hmm.
like let's take a real time example. Okay, so you saw that there are like multiple hosts and different users who are accessing those systems. Okay, so you want
Mm-hmm.
to track that who are the most prevalent users trying to log on these critical servers. Okay, there is associated security side also on this. It's a use case actually, which you may
Mm-hmm.
see if you will get chance to work as a security engineer. That privilege identity escalation you may have heard. So
Mm-hmm.
if some users try to log in onto any system, and that too like very like with high number of like occasions he is logging, which is not expected. Then that can be tracked with the top, like who are the top users who are being prevalent on accessing that server. And you can ask that
Okay.
why you logged in so frequently on this server when you are aware that they're like some critical microservices are running. Okay, so
Mm-hmm.
these can be tracked. There'll be whole lot of a use case can be
Use
found,
cases. Mm-hmm.
but it's a transforming command. Okay.
Mm-hmm. How many types of transforming commands will be there? Like,
5 6 which basically being regularly used, they're like more than that. uh,
mm-hmm.
you can search but um, not much being used. Only 5 6 like these command which I show you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That get always refer to, if you have any doubt, always refer to docs.splunk.com. Okay, because
Mm-hmm.
this will be the one which is updated information, and if there will be any changes, um, again you will be aware. Okay,
Okay.
so always prefer to go with this. Okay, and here
Okay.
you'll see that there is a version
Okay.
history
We
too.
can select the version as well.
Yeah.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Okay, chart, time chart, top, rear, stats. Okay, so these are
Okay.
the most used, you can say, commands. Okay, most of the time you will see stats is the highest used command. Okay,
Mm. Get the count
yeah,
of the events.
up
Okay.
to lot many. Stats is very powerful command actually. So
Okay.
you'll see like very high chance that in each and every search you will see stats.
Mm.
Okay, so let's, why we are waiting for that, let's use stats. Okay, so stats will use, it will transform our data and count. So whatever events being returned from this, what this stats transforming command will do, it will operate on count function and count those all events. So it should be 13,628, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now count 36, it doesn't look correct. Okay, so what we'll do, we'll use clause as to rename this count as total events. Now our header will be changed.
Okay. So instead of count, I'm changing the field
Yeah,
value. I'm renaming my field value as total events.
correct.
Okay.
Okay.
So which
Mm.
kind of scenarios like we need to change the field value to the different?
Yeah, now we have, let's suppose, multiple hosts. Yeah, this will
Mhm.
be like, again, this will, you will see like whole lot of searches where many a things being renamed for different naming, for ease way of like reading your data and understanding your data by the end user.
Oh.
Okay, now you want to understand the count coming from different host. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
so hit this, it will split the data over host. So since we have one host only, it will show that host one is having this much events. If there will
Mm-hmm.
be additional host, then it will show here and show the event. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
now we saw time chart. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
time chart also work like have count function. So whatever you saw in purple, it's function. Okay. So what it does, it will split your data over time.
Okay. No,
Okay.
by date or if you want
Yeah. So
hourly basis.
correct, correct. Time chart, what it have done, if you haven't specified any further clause, it has split it over day.
Mm-hmm.
31st, then 4, then 2nd, uh, 31st March, 1st April, 2nd April, 3rd April. Okay. This is how it has split your data. If you want it to be reduced, instead of 1 day, use span. Okay. Span equals to an hour. What it will do? Now can you see?
Okay. Change it
31st,
to
18,
hourly
30.
basis.
Yeah, hourly basis. Okay.
Mm-hmm. If I want to divide into every 5 minute session, like can I change it to like?
Yes. Yes. If your data is being, getting supplied, make sure that
Mm-hmm.
you are not choosing some window where it looks odd. For example, your ingestion is being done every 5 minutes or every 10 minutes, and you are writing span equals to 5 minutes, then it won't look appropriate, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Because there won't be any data itself. So it won't be the correct way.
Okay.
Okay. Now you have split it over 5 minutes. You can see like 20, 25, 30. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And let's suppose you found that, okay, this is meaningful, information and they want it to be tracked over a dashboard. So you can click on save as new dashboard. Okay. Right here, dashboard title, event views, description, you can leave it. And again, here you'll see that you have two options to build your dashboard: classic, the old way, and dashboard studio is the new concept where drag and drop will be more, uh, you know, uh, like these days, drag and drop and more clear visualization people are looking forward to. So they can use dashboard
Mm.
studio where
Oh,
uh, more richer visualization, what you can see, right? It will be there, and more drag and drop will be there. While traditional looks are more composite and simple, not simple, more composite, and you can, like, whatever you are comfortable with, you can opt for the same.
oh,
Panel title, you
oh.
can write here, uh, event every 5 minutes, count of events every 5 minutes. Okay, save
Mm.
to dashboard. Now open this in another tab. Okay, now it been saved on a dashboard.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now if you find it that it's not looking that great, to make it dark theme, this is most and once you'll save, make sure to refresh the window.
Mm.
Okay, this is how it will appear.
Mm.
Okay, this is a dashboard. Let's back. Now, does it look great on dashboard? No, right?
Yeah.
don't look much efficient to immediately read. And so what we need some visualization to find out some pattern out of it. Okay, so this is how.
Mm-hmm.
So by default, column chart is there, and column chart helps you a lot to identify. So we can see that when event were like high, these all can be seen. Okay, this
Mm-hmm.
looks more meaningful and this looks more visually, helpful. So now we want similar thing to be done here. Okay, so either we can save this as one of the panel for this existing dashboard. Click here,
Mm-hmm.
search for the dashboard name, event views, panel title. Again, same count of events, save to dashboard. Done. Come here, refresh this. Now it is looking nice. You
Yeah.
can do one thing, drag this,
We can
put it
drag
aside.
to.
Yeah,
Mm.
now it's look fine. Okay,
Mm.
like you can do the customization, whatever as per your right no view, you can do. So now this looks fine. That okay. For the same time, we can see the graph and stats too.
Mhm.
So for time chart, what will be? This will be one of the axis will be always be a time. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Now chart command. There is one more command left for the same work. Okay. Now we can see the error. Chart command will not accept span. Okay.
Okay.
Result remains the same. So what's the difference? It accept another clause called over. Okay. Uh, over if we have anything. Let's use source. Uh, source being already removed. Mm. So it's basically help you to split over to any other another dependent field. Okay. So it provide you another layer of data.
Okay.
The difference between, if you'll see the difference between chart and time chart and stats, this will be one of the case that it will allow you to split
Mm-hmm.
over. Okay, and if you'll try to see by host and source type, okay, you can see it is, it does work. But here if you'll try to do for time chart, it will give you error that only one, don't split it over multiple.
Mm.
Okay, because one thing already is reserved for time.
Okay.
Okay, but in case of chart, you are free to split over more than one. Okay, but
Mhm.
again limitation is that you won't be able to span for different time duration. Okay,
Mm.
now the most useful command. Okay, again this is very progressive learning. Okay, If you'll try to master Splunk development in a day, it won't be possible.
Yeah.
So another is eval command, which is very powerful command and very useful command. What eval does, okay, we'll cover this and then take a uh, dinner break, okay,
Okay.
and then we'll regroup to finalize our learning. So we'll use eval command. What the purpose of eval command and why it's powerful, okay. So in programming, you may have seen that whenever we have to create a variable, we either use int or this kind of syntax, right?
Mm-hmm.
Int and then variable name, okay? Or var then variable name. This is how we work.
Mm-hmm.
So here, similarly, if we have to create a field, then we have to write eval and then field name. For example, you want to create name, okay? So it will create a name field equals to, I'll assign a value, Raj. Can you see? It does created a field and it assigned a value to it. Okay,
Okay.
that's one of the use case. Now you have a field with the name host and you want to overwrite it with the Raj.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it will overwrite it.
Mm-hmm.
Again, this is search time and it won't be interfering your actual data.
Okay.
Okay, got it?
We got it.
Now there are like couple of associated operation which can be performed using eval. For example, eval, let's see what fields we have. We'll perform some mathematical operation. Okay, we can see that this much bytes been used. Okay, now we want these bytes to be converted into MBs. Okay, that how many
Okay.
data being utilized. So one byte, if you have to convert in MB, then it will be 100 and then 1000. Okay, so total 1 lakh. Like we need to divide it 1 lakh to convert it to MB. Okay, maybe there'll be
Mm-hmm.
some correction on mathematical term, but logically it will function like that. So eval data transferred MB. Okay, this is the field, and then we'll use byte command. No, sorry, byte field, and divide it
Mm-hmm.
by 50. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
and then okay, here first of all we'll do stats. Uh, Some byte source, all are one only actually by host, then we'll do. Let's remove this and execute this. What it was, bytes. Okay, so we can see like this much bytes being transferred for this host. Okay, from this host. Okay,
Mhm.
now we want this bytes to be converted into MB.
We need to change it.
Yeah, bytes. Here as bytes. Okay, so we can see now it's being converted into MB. 284 MB being used from this system. Okay,
Okay.
and I told you how we can remove this because it's look odd, right? We don't want both information to be there on dashboard.
Mm-hmm.
So how we can remove this?
Like
Mhm.
pipe and uh, stats.
Fields.
Yeah, fields minus bytes.
Correct. Oh, okay. If this is how we'll do, what we will do, whatever being there, it will display. If nothing being there, then it will be what it will do, it will
Okay.
truncate and okay, you
It
need to
will
make
show
sure,
only that particular
yeah, you need to make sure that there is a
space.
space in between this. Okay, now that is gone. So non-required information is gone. Okay, so this is one of the use case of field. When we convert something and we don't want that, remove that from the required data result. Okay.
Oh.
Furthermore, again, visualization can be chosen, but for this, like column chart will not work. We know that it's a numeric data. Then go with something that will suitable for numeric. Go with single value. It will show host one. Why it will show host one? Because we have split it over host. So this will be chosen as the main one. So we'll go with the anyhow this will be chosen as reflection point. So what should be right visualization? There wouldn't be any right visualization. Keep it to this view and save it as a dashboard because this is what required. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
In single value, if we have count, right? Only single value, single field and single value. Like
Mm-hmm.
if we'll remove this, okay. Again, it's a one field and two field and two values. Okay. So
Mm-hmm.
if we'll make it as bytes, now it's a single value. Okay. Then in visualization, if we'll go single value, it will show correct data.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let's choose here this. Okay. You can see this hitting extremely like in anger. So
Mm-hmm.
choose format and where it is manual and make it mm, what will make it remove this. Let's make it 5. How much it is? 28 lakh, right?
Mm-hmm.
0 to exceed.
I think we need to adjust the below values.
Okay. We still be left behind. Uh, one more zero, one more zero, one more zero. We still left behind 10 lakh. Okay, it's 28 lakh. Let's put one. Now it should cover, right? Yeah. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So now it's been covered under this. You can choose it like appropriately. I just made it random.
Mm.
You can control this, that where it will look great and what will be like. For example, there will be user violation. You know that only 5 users being permitted. So you can write uh, 0 to 5, it will remain green, and post 5 it will be red. Okay. You can
Okay.
remove this and make it like, or if you want to have your CPU utilization, for example, 80 to like 0 to
100, 0 to
70, make it
75
green.
green.
Yeah, then 70 to 90, make it yellow, and then 90 to 100, make it critical.
Right.
This will not be applicable to this because we have high data. Okay.
Yeah.
Again, you can save this existing dashboard, event view.
Okay. We can add this particular field
Yeah,
to the existing dashboard, and we can adjust the entire dashboard.
correct. Once done, go there and refresh this. Okay. Uh, shall we go ahead and finish, or we'll take a break and then come back?
Mm-hmm.
What do you want?
Like, how much time it will take to finish the?
We need a half an hour still more.
Oh, yeah. Maybe we can take a break and we can regroup.
Okay. Let's take a break, half an hour break, and then regroup. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
See you then after half an hour.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Hey Raj, hi Ravi.
Hi.
Okay. So any doubt so far?
No.
We all good?
Yeah, all good.
Okay. Now we'll go forward and work with some additional dashboarding stuff. Let me do one thing, onboard some additional data. Let's do it through this. Okay. So you want to work on reports, alerts as well, Raj?
Yeah, reports maybe.
Okay. So alerts you are familiar which each and every.
Alert type mostly like we will write a query and save it as alert, and we will integrate with the either email or the third party tool that we want to integrate to send that particular alert, right?
Correct.
Or is there any other thing other than that? Do I need to?
Uh,
Mm,
let's take a quick look, and for that, let's work with the internal index. Okay, so we can see that there are like 1, 2, 3, 4, and one is anonymous user. Okay, so this is expected anyway. That's not an uh, issue or a kind of like security loophole. So let's do one thing. We know that in total, this uh, okay, yeah, let's learn about this function as well. DC. So DC is distinct count. Okay. So when we select distinct count means uh, what it will do, it will give us unique count of that particular field. Okay. DC will put something user. Okay. So
mhm.
we can see that uh, the distinct count of the user is 5. and we know that this much user we have. Anything more than that, so it's a intrusion attack. We can treat that as a intrusion attack.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in that situation, we can create a alert, right? Can create a alert out of it, or we want it to be sent out as a report. We don't want an alert. Instead, we want a report to be sent out with the
Mhm.
intrusion attack identifier. Okay. Once you'll save it as a dashboard, it will show you schedule, acceleration, embed, and permission. So let's learn about permission first. Okay. Since this looks to be sensitive for security team, so we'll keep this to a particular app. Okay. And we'll restrict users to everyone read, or if we have any security team people role, we can select write for them or admin can write. Okay. So sharing will be app and read permission will be with everyone and write permission will be with admin. Okay. If we'll make it like all apps, then it will be global.
Yeah.
Okay. Done.
Yeah.
Now, whenever they will see, they will find that, okay, the string count of the user is 5, we are good. Okay.
Mhm.
Now we'll schedule it that when we want this to be sent out. We want this to be sent out every day at 11:59. Okay.
Mhm.
So we'll make it every day at 2300 hours. Time raise will make it every 24 hours. Priority will make it high. What it'll do that let's suppose that there'll be queuing on search head, okay, or any job conflict as per the resource available. Okay.
Mhm.
Then in that situation, priority of the like highest priority will be given the more precedent to execute it first. Okay.
Okay.
And if let's suppose we'll have conflict, then in that situation, which will be picked? The one which hit the system first. Again, if there will be some uh, further conflict, then the name, the order of the naming will be selected. Okay.
Mm.
So we'll make it higher, not highest. And schedule window, you can say, okay, that let's suppose for that particular window, if it doesn't execute it, then it won't, okay, like it won't keep on taking additional priority from different one. So we'll make it like generally in production you'll see auto, okay,
Okay. Mhm.
or no window. That will make it that we know that this is very less resource extensive search and it won't gonna like take more than 5 minutes. So we'll give it like 5 minutes. Okay. What trigger action we want? We want email. Okay. We don't have SMTP configuration. It won't send, but we'll do it. Okay. Same. Now mm, from here onwards, it will be absolute the same as a alert. Okay. Here also. This schedule must be looking similar to, quite
Similar
similar
to
to,
others.
yeah.
Yeah.
And will, okay. Now since we have selected, it will ask for the details. Will trigger log event and uh, where is, we don't have, okay, not lookup, where that gone, log event, which field is, okay. So now it will be executed on 2300 hours every day, and the report will be sent out to whoever we have marked to that particular team. Okay. Okay. If you want to accelerate, you can do that as well. Okay. The only issue
Okay.
will be it's never recommended if you have like stream data to have, because you will find whole lot report configured on production system,
Mhm.
and
Mhm.
you never want it, because volume related issue is like quite frequent. Okay. And when we opt for this report acceleration, it actually increases your like data storage utilization. Okay. And furthermore, once you'll have increased storage, processing out whole lot of data will be again a costly affair. Okay. High IO performance, high IO read and um, like write will be there. So it's all together will be like your searches, um, like your reports will be definitely be accelerated since they will be using uh, summary information, but the additional cost which is coming as a overhead will be more higher. So generally it is not preferred, but you may observe uh, like quite a few mm, security side, um, reports being accelerated. Okay.
Okay. Mhm.
And let's make it 7. That it worked. It should not work. Wait. Yeah, okay. It does work because we were in smart mode only. I thought we had decided to work on verbose mode only. We are in verbose mode. So it's smart mode. Let's suppose you are working on smart mode and you saved it as a report. Then in that situation, that particular report won't be like, it won't allow you to accelerate. It will give you error. Okay. That
Okay.
change it to smart mode and then try to accelerate that particular report. Okay.
Okay.
So DC, you understand distinct count. Okay.
Mhm.
One more command is there, that is here also you'll see stat list. List is another function. List. Mm, status. Okay, so you can see that there is whole lot duplicate events are there. Okay, you can see like for 200, 200, 200, right? So what?
We can use the dedupe to
Yeah, so we can either use dedupe. Okay, which field? Status. So does it work now? Hmm? It doesn't, right? Why? Because here
we
this,
we
this has
haven't
been,
seen.
yeah, we haven't renamed, and this has been converted as list status like this. Uh,
Mm,
we haven't, like, so we
yeah,
need to rename it
status,
as a status.
status.
Okay, now we are able to see only unique. Okay, you may be confused at why this 200 and then 200. So these all are appearing for different item, and that being the reason for each item, it will
Okay.
be a unique one. Okay,
Mhm.
if we'll do it by we don't have multiple split type.
If we have host names,
Yeah, multiple host name if we'll have, then it might get split up, but we have one. That's why.
okay, maybe it's by request, each request,
Which one?
the request. For each request, we will save the like same host name. We will send lot of requests, and each request will have unique request ID and corresponding
Yeah,
status,
yeah,
right?
yeah. In real time, you will have multiple, you know, multiple stuff to get that validated. Here, I'm trying to say. Okay, now this is one option. You got the actual stuff like what we are looking forward to. So
Yes.
using data, you can make it uh, unique in terms of status. Okay, so if there'll be like 200 status of for like a multiple time for the same host and same event, okay, then it will be truncated of one for one event. Okay, it will only show once and remove the duplicate ones. Okay, now what if you don't want data is very resource extensive command. Okay, no, you don't want to use this here, at least here in what we are trying to do. You don't want to see, then in that situation what can be done? So instead of list, use values command, a values function. Okay, it will make it even more consistent and unique for single uh, unit also, like single divisional, like whatever clause we are using, it will work
Mhm.
for that.
Mhm.
So this is one another real good useful function which you may see in getting used multiple time in production queries.
Okay.
Mm, kept on manipulating that particular search only. So now, okay. So action, we can see we have multiple values for action. Okay. So for this, we can apply our like data stats count of action by host. Again, host one. Okay. Stats count. Sub count. Let's use. Okay, but again, if we'll do this, what it'll does, it's actually creating a multi-value field. Okay, what multi-value field means? For this, it's look to be a multi-value. Okay, and on
Okay.
multi-value field, if we'll try to deduct, it won't perform correctly. Okay,
Okay.
so let's make no. Okay, so we try to get count of each actions. Okay, and we can see that for add to cart it's 1970 time. Now if
Mhm.
we'll do distinct count here, it will work. Okay, but
Okay.
again it will do split up your over multiple, these all information being there, these all field will be there. Since we haven't specified, it has split over to all available field.
Okay.
Okay, so these all field you will able to see here too.
Okay. Is there any way to like previously if you want we use the field command to like remove one particular field from the query, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
if I want only the particular field to be listed and I want to ignore the remaining fields, like is there any command that I can use? For example, like here I have multiple sections like the
Yeah,
zone, DC
yeah.
time, DC host.
For that, just write this table and DC date zone. It will only list DC date zone.
Okay, got it.
Or
If I
even if
want
you'll do,
multiple,
yeah,
for
you can write
example,
multiple. You can add with a table as well. And with this field,
field section DC.
okay.
After the date zone, I can add comma and then
Yeah,
the
keep
field
on
name.
without comma and all comma also it will work. DC. You remember any field? Method,
Maybe
status. Okay, it will work.
okay. Yeah.
Now, since we have multiple, you need to make sure that it will be like with this.
Okay.
If you want to remove values from that particular, in that situation.
Okay.
What else left? Hmm. Okay, now if someone will ask you, there like whole lot information left.
What is the difference between
Mhm.
append and join in?
Okay, okay. That's another like good question, I'll say. Um, in that kind of data actually join. Okay, let's understand that uh you have a lookup. Okay, you have some lookup.
Look up. No, I don't have.
Okay. Mm, let's understand lookup first. Then. Append like for example, if I have to just understand it logically, if I'll use append command, okay,
Mm-hmm.
and post this, I'm executing a sub search, okay, and
Mm-hmm.
inside that sub search, I'm trying to incorporate some input lookup related information, okay. So whatever result will be out from this, that will be appended to already defined table from this before this pipe,
Okay.
okay. And let's suppose there will be a field match, then
Okay.
all the result will be appended. And if there won't be any field match, then a new field will be created and will be written. That will be the case of append. But when you use join command, join has way different like you know result to offer for you. Join, you may have heard like there are like three or four types of SQL join, and Splunk joins works absolute the same as per logical operation. Okay. So
Okay.
if are you aware about like joins in general?
Like if you want to join two tables or like two fields in the database table,
Uh yeah, that can be one of the use case that can be treated as one of the, but that will be quite a simple, I'll say. Okay. So let's suppose you have two searches, right?
Mhm.
Okay, again, you need to understand sub searches as well. Uh, have you heard of sub searches in Splunk?
No.
Mm, okay. because that is needed to be understood. It's a chain stuff. If if you look onto the join syntax actually, how it looks, this is how it looks. Um, Join again, it's a command since we know, and
Mhm.
then we have a modifier that what type you want to use, like inner, left, outer. These are the three type. Okay, so let's suppose you
Okay.
thought for outer, and then you have something like this, the matching field where you will be you have to operate. Okay, and the result from additional sub search. So this is how the typical you can say the join will look like in Splunk. Okay,
Okay.
you don't know sub searches. We have data to mm, so basically sub search is like similar to what you are searching. Let's suppose you're searching in index Cisco, okay, and
Mhm.
that you want to relate with any other index, okay, that whatever
Mhm.
output will be there for the users in Cisco index. Now you have another index with the name um Cisco 2 or security, okay, and we want to compare that who all being the active user in Cisco side and who all being the active user in the security uh, index. Okay, so for the security index you created a subsearch is basically a search underneath a search. And how it works, uh, you remember the recursive calling of a particular function, recursive functions,
Mhm.
how that operates like a search and underneath, um, for example, if a function will be called and underneath there will be another function, then first of all that function will be executed. Okay,
Executed.
yeah,
Mhm.
in similar manner if there will be a sub search, then sub search will be executed. Okay, and again if this sub search has further sub search underneath it, okay, then this sub search will be first executed, and then the out the most external one will be executed.
Okay. So yeah, got it.
Okay, uh,
Mhm.
and on the basis of like a type of join, your result will be altered on to the transformation layer. Okay, so if you'll see, mostly like what being used is left. Okay, in most of the scenario you'll see left join which dominantly being used. Okay, what it
Okay.
does, whatever result your main search will do, okay, sub search will be underneath this square bracket. Okay, other
Okay.
than this whatever will be there will be considered as your main search. Okay,
Mhm.
that all the results means like your main search will be this. Okay, that's why it called as left join. Main search will be this. So your main search, all result, okay, will be joined with sub search result.
Okay.
Sometimes it's look little confusing. If you find it confusing, you can say like, yeah, it's look to be somewhere confusing.
So if we have two subsets in the same query, like in the subset, like if we
Mm-hmm.
have one more search, like it will be executed first and then the next subset left with it, and then the query left with it. Is the understanding right?
Uh, can you repeat it one more time for me?
Like for example, here in the query, like you have subsets, right?
Yeah,
Under the subsets, like you have one more bracket, and if we have another subset query,
yeah,
that subset query will be executed first, and then the subsets query to left to it, and then
correct.
the left side query will be
Main search
executed.
will be correct. Yeah, that's correct understanding. Okay, and when it will be left, you need to understand that all main search query, okay, all the main search result will be joined with sub search matching result. Okay,
Okay.
means you'll get all from main search and matching from sub search.
Okay.
Okay, and when you will replace this with inner,
Mhm.
okay, inner join, then in that case, what will happen? Only matching, not all. Only matching with the sub search will be produced at the end. Does it make sense? It's like you can say that one of the advanced searching concept in SPL.
Okay.
So it might take some time for you to understand. I'm a bit restricted to show you the real time related stuff uh, because in real time probably it will be slightly easier to understand. Okay, and if someone will say that you don't have any sub search and you want to use join, then uh, that will be a invalid ask. Okay, because these joins do work on sub searches. Okay,
Okay. Okay. For join, like we need to have subset. For
correct. Yeah, that's
append, we don't need any kind of subset. Like it
yeah for
can work.
append. Yeah, for append we don't need. For append there are like whole lot different kind of stuff you can perform. To get that action.
It's mostly, is it similar to the Linux appending? Like writing, for
Yes,
example, if I
yes,
write
yes.
it.
Yeah, it's pretty much. Uh, Actually, uh, the syntax and the fundamentals you may see it's quite being similar to the SQL. Okay,
Okay.
so not just join or append. You'll see additional like there will be a couple of commands which you'll find quite similar to uh, SQL.
Okay.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
what else left? Okay, you're about to tell you about lookups. Okay, so Okay. So here you see that add to cart, change quantity, purchase, remove. Okay.
Mm.
And no, sorry, not sorry, product is there. Okay. So product is not there. So and you want this information to be added up here. Okay.
Okay.
That you want something um, to enrich this data. Okay.
Okay.
Then
Mhm.
in that situation, you can use lookup. Okay. How you can create a lookup? Go to settings, lookup, add a new, okay, search and reporting app, and you need to create a CSV file. Okay. Let me see if I have one. So here we need one field with the same name. Okay. So
Mhm.
one field we have action. Okay. And corresponding we have some value. Let's pick it from add to cart. Purchase. Then here we'll make user and
Mm.
add to cart by Raj and this purchase by Ravi. Okay. So we
Mhm.
have one field which will be like acting as a matcher and like kind of like key. Okay, foreign key, and another that information we want to it to be available. Okay.
Mhm.
We'll save this as a just a second. We'll save it as a CSV.
Mhm.
Okay. I'm saving at ras.csv. Okay. Now I have saved it as a ras.csv.
Mhm.
I'll go here and I'll select the file. Okay. Okay, I'll select the file and then I'll save this. Done. Now with what name I want to use this lookup, that I'll do with the help of lookup definition. I'll keep it with the same name, file based task.csv, and we'll save. Once this will be saved, we'll back to this search. We'll refresh it once. Okay, now let's see. We want that information to be here. Input lookup. Okay. First, let's see if we are able to see the data. So now we want to validate that our lookup being imported or not correctly. Okay, so
It's important.
yeah, it got it got imported correctly. Now we want this information that wherever there will be add to cart, right? We want to see this Raj and Ravi to be mapped with add to cart. Okay.
Mhm.
Um, we want it to be mapped to that particular like whatever result wherever we see that add to cart, and we want to operate any operation on user, we'll able to get that or we'll able to see that. Okay, so for the same we'll get back to our data. Okay, and then we'll add lookup command, and then what was the matching field name?
Use,
Lookup name was Raj, right?
yeah, CSV.
And the field which was common between both was action, correct?
Mhm.
Then output, what was the user, I believe. Raj does not exist. Okay. So in definition, sometime what we do, we remove these extension, but it's recommended to have the extension as well so that it'll keep in your mind that it's CSV or any other. Like if we have more than .csv file, lookup, then basically lookup are of a different type, and one of the type is file based lookup where .csv being used. Sometimes
Mhm.
kb lookup are also used. Geolocation geospatial based lookups are also available. So to make it like more like to understand the name that what being we worked upon, we generally save it with the name. Okay, in definition with the extension. So we
Mhm.
can see that now our result being enriched with the users too. that add to cart was done by Raj, and then purchase was made by Ravi. Okay. So this is how we can enrich data from a static file system. Okay.
Okay.
So this was just for understanding, but there are like whole lot of use cases available for data enrichment. Like you are working on location based information, and you want some resource manager from respective location. That information is not mapped. So for each location, what you can do, you can create a CSV lookup and manually add the details of the manager name and get that onboarded in the form of lookup to Splunk. Okay.
Okay.
And let's suppose there are like some fields available and you don't want it to be overwritten, then you can use another command called output new. Okay. What it will does, it will like here it's only two, right? And the user is like it's not present in the current data set. But if there will be, it will create a new field. Okay, another field, user one. Like you'll see user one here, and there'll be another user field. Okay, instead of overwriting.
Okay.
Okay, last thing, let's see something on a dashboard, then we'll wrap up.
Okay.
So we created couple of items on dashboard. Now let's make it little interactive. Okay, first of all, we want to have a input. Okay, over here. So let's add an input, and we want that to be time. Okay, let's change the name level of this time. Apply and save. Now once you'll save, you can see that now your dashboard has a timeline figure.
Mm.
Okay, but is it working? Is it interacting with your these panels? Last 15 minutes,
No.
nothing. Last 24 hours, nothing. No, it's not, right?
No.
So
It's not okay.
yeah, so do one more thing. Let's make it useful. Click here. Okay. This is wait. It's inline only where I can see that search icon. Yeah, here. Okay. Now I'll make this share time picker. Okay.
Mhm.
Apply. Share time picker. Apply. I'm making it. Okay. Now we'll save all time. You can see data.
Mhm.
Okay. Previous year no data since it was like for 2021.
Yeah.
So all time it will work. Okay. Now it's working fine.
Yeah.
Another, so whatever action we are performing, right? That can be if you are developer and if you know HTML, CSS and JavaScript, then you can make changes to direct code level. Okay,
Okay.
so you can make changes to this source itself. Like how you can make changes, you can see that there is a query tag where your query will be written. Okay, earliest and latest, these are the time controller fields, and it is picking from a variable name field 1. Okay, field 1 is basically your this one, the one input you given. Okay, if you edit this, the actual name is name of token is field 1. Okay,
Okay.
similarly you can create n number type of like input, drop down, checkbox, multi select. Again, if we get into it, they will take whole lot of time. Okay, you can explore it further, and yeah, so far I think would be sufficient to give you enough strength, to get a good start.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll take a pause here. If you have any question, then we'll take in next 5 minutes, and then we'll close for the day.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like I do have some question related, like for example, like we're getting the data from multiple, like my application is deployed into multiple AWS regions,
Mm-hmm.
and we are sending all the data to Splunk forwarder, and in the UI, how I can see the data if I want only specific region data to be displayed in the extract in the dashboard.
Okay, so you have data from different region, and you want it to be reflected with a
I want
particular.
I want to see only one specific region data.
Okay, so does your data has that region field available?
I don't have the region field. I do have just IP address. Based on the IP address, you can find which region it belongs to, but I don't have the region in the field section, like in the log.
Okay, so in the log you don't have, but on the basis of IP you can identify.
Yeah,
And is that count is like real big, or how
yeah,
many?
it's yeah, like maybe 100 to 200 EC2 instances on each region.
Okay, then in that situation, you can use lookup in the first to enrich the data. Okay, so
Okay.
you can enrich each in EC2 instances with their location, which region they fall, and because I believe if it's like coming from EC2 instance on Splunk, okay, then uh, the log must be containing some reason identifier. Okay, I'll show you. Sorry. Hmm, it's not available. Okay. But in case of, real-time data, right? You'll you'll be able to see that region specific a field, which you'll be able
Okay.
to identify that which region that particular or which account ID at least. Okay. And
Yeah.
on that account ID basis, you'll be simply able to identify.
But in the same account itself, we can deploy our application into multiple regions, right? Like even though account number is same, like we can have multiple regions.
Yeah, that's correct. That's correct. That within an account ID, we can have multiple regions for deployment. Mm. So how you are ingesting data? Is it through universal forwarder or through hack?
Universal forward.
Okay. So if you are using universal forwarder, then it should pick. Uh, it does pick actually. I have seen uh,
Okay.
it picking instance type details and so many information. And I believe that region specific information should also be there. And in case if it's not right, lookup would definitely be an option with you. You can use
Mhm.
lookup and for your all IPs, right? You can map uh, respective region
Mhm.
against the same.
Yeah, but IP addresses are sometimes dynamic, right? So,
Yeah, that is something. Okay. So let's suppose you have some ASC group set up for any EC2 instance, and if that is coming up, mm, no, IP address is fine, but the naming convention must be there, right?
yeah,
So
maybe naming convention.
on basis of name, you can have that mapping done. Okay, because that will remain same even in case of ESG. If that will be down and another will be up, the name will be kind of like be the same. Okay, and I look into it actually, and if I'll get something, I'll pass it over to you. Okay.
Okay, sure. Sounds good.
Yeah. Anything else?
That's all I have.
Okay. I hope you have something as a takeaway post this session.
Yes.
And
Sure.
I know it, like, when we talk about Splunk development, let me ask Ravi to stop recording.
Mhm.
Okay. So in case, or not in case, I'll stop sharing. In case, let it be. So in case, um, where I were, I lost it.
I'm able to hear you.
You're not able to hear me?
I'm able to hear you.
Okay. I said like I lost somewhere. So what we were discussing, I lost that
So
last.
you're saying like some Splunk developer something?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So these all are like specialization of Splunk. Okay. And getting into depth of all these, right?
Mhm.
It does need a extensive, time. Extensive time
Oh,
means even for the course, uh, it's need minimum of like 12 hours or 15 hours. Okay.
mm, understood. Yeah.
So hope it does make and you'll be able to progress forward. In case if you are still looking forward to, right, you might jump in with other regular, like, future course or something
Mm-hmm.
that we can plan where we'll extensively cover most of these items. Okay.
Yeah.
Like all those high level commands, not just beginner level command. And apart from that, uh, these sub searches and some real time data. Okay. And then uh, some additional item from clustering and all. So there are like whole lot different track available and you need to
Mm.
figure it out. Might as per your requirement, it's look to be a Splunk developer, but uh, again, if you really want to master right what I'm trying to add in here, then it required some additional time. Okay.
Okay. Understood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Then
yeah, like basically I'm like looking for like SRE come DevOps cloud engineer position and
I
like
think for that position, it
so
should be sufficient.
yeah, for those positions like sometimes I'm getting Splunk related questions and I'm getting like a little bit backed up on those questions. So that's the reason. If I get one session, it might help to answer those questions properly during the interview session.
Absolutely. I believe if SRE position is, even there is like whole lot segregation in SRE. If they
Mhm.
have hired you from development point of view, I think this much will be sufficient. Okay. But if they have hired you as a SRE position from operation point of view,
Mhm.
then you need little bit more, right, on infrastructure end.
Administrative,
Yeah,
administrative point.
correct, from administrator point of view and from not administrative but architecting point of view,
Mhm.
right?
Mhm.
That how Splunk can be set up for a large scale distributed environment. These all understanding. So
Okay.
it's depend on what perspective they have hired you,
Yeah,
or what
the client is
perspective
looking.
or what requirement they are looking forward to you.
Okay, got it.
Okay. Um, all the best then, Raj.
Yeah,
And
thank you.
okay, Ravi. Uh, can you hear me, Ravi? Okay, Raj. You can feel free to drop.
Yeah,
I'll.
sure. Okay, bye.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you for your time.
Welcome.
Bye.
Yeah. Bye bye.